there, yeah? And there's a lot of information available and we know where to get it. So I want you to bear this in mind. Can you move on to the next slide, please? Yeah, right. Yeah, this is a premise of what we will be very briefly going through today. We are all being cognitively rewired. So now we know that, even those random set of questions, we don't need to actually know what those answers are. We just need to know where to go. And there is, whether we like it or not, there's only like one place. It all narrows down to one place, yeah? The device, which is connected, which is, connected to this endless network. We won't go into the details of it, yeah. Next slide, please, yeah. Right. So this is, I just want to very briefly tell you about what we do at the Center for Memory Studies at IIT Madras. So we work at the intersection of humanities and technology. So the last, for about 6 to 7 years, we've been trying to see how research within humanities and different disciplines of social sciences, how it could be translated and disseminated through the various kinds of new age technology which is available to us. So we use technology primarily as a tool, as a medium through which these research findings could go out into this, world outside of, our classroom spaces and the textbook-based learning. One of the things that we did was, to develop an app called Memory Bytes, where the data collected through the field work on the Anglo-Indian community, which is a 500-year-old mixed-race community. We tried to capture that entire trajectory of about 500 years into an app which could have audio-visual data, which could have photographs, archival material. Yeah. So if any of you are interested in knowing a little bit more about those, we'll be happy to share more details. And we also could host a couple of physical digital exhibitions in Dakshin Chitra with these the app and the metadata related to it. Could we move on to the next one, please? Yeah. So we have been primarily trying to examine memory through machines and technologies for the last 3-4 years. The kind of work that we've been doing, we've also been receiving, fortunately, excellent traction, not just from within academia, but also from the, from the different sorts of portals outside of it. Yeah, we can keep moving. Yeah. Yeah, so we are also looking at these different shifts in perceptions and how the humanities frameworks, what the kind of role that it has come to play when these perceptions about reality, about disciplinary contours, all of those are changing. Yeah. Yes. Right. And it also, in so many ways, we had one of the recent projects that we had was with Titan, in terms of examining how every decision that we make in terms of buying, in terms of, wanting to acquire, that also has a memory slash, a digital component to it. It also all, there's a production of nostalgia. If you could see, some of the recent ads, if you've been, paying attention to those, you would know that there is a revamping of heritage and nostalgia through various kinds of tools which are available to us. Yeah, so it has been basically a lot of changes have been happening in the way we remember, we navigate through the daily world. And through this discussion, I primarily want to sort of pick your brains to think about how humanities education, the kind of research that we do, the kind of frameworks that we've been traditionally used to, how all of that has been changing. Yeah. Yes, you can. Yeah, yeah. So we can keep moving on. Yeah, this is all like some of the research that we have been doing. Yeah, yes, right. Yeah. So what is artificial intelligence? Yeah. So the ironic thing about this term is that it's now used everywhere, but now it's very hard to find a widely accepted one kind of definition. You find it everywhere. You see a well-written paper, you begin to answer, is it AI? You see a picture, you begin to wonder, is it AI? Yeah, you see some new kind of machine which is working, you begin to wonder, is it AI? Yeah, and AI is being used almost everywhere, and we don't even have to know. That's the thing about terms which get very, very widely used. You really don't have to know what it is, because no one exactly knows what it is, and we can very freely say it could be AI, and it means anything. So this is the one thing that we can sort of agree on. It is that thing. Yeah, we'll look at a bit detail on what all dimensions and avatars this thing has. It is a thing which is being defined. It's still in a process, and a lot of players are there. Unlike the many tools and technologies that we were used to, humanity was used to until this moment, lot of players are there. There are different academic disciplines, industries, government bodies, which also includes, the legal ethical frameworks. They're all trying to come together to define what this thing is. Yeah, and even as we speak, yeah, we are still trying to comprehend what AI is, and there is also a very continuous kind of adaptation to this technology which is happening. Yeah, and one of you right at the beginning mentioned chat gpt, which is like I think it's a very very young sort of a platform. When was it when did it emerge? When was it launched? It's barely like 2 years, and we don't know too many kinds of tools and technologies which caught up worldwide. When we say worldwide, we don't even mean this, as a loose term. That strictly in worldwide, we don't know too many technologies which had caught up like this, in such massive ways. And every month, if you log into, a ChatGPT and check, they'll keep saying there are these new features added and all that. So even when we are trying to define just one aspect of a manifestation of artificial intelligence, it's continually getting adapted. It's continually, we're still trying to comprehend as well. Yeah. Could we move on? Yeah. If we look at the history of humanity, I mean, we're certainly not going to go through all this, but there are different sorts of models that you can find, even if you just randomly Google how humanity has evolved in terms of the cognitive understanding, in terms of our different kinds of knowledge pursuits, depending on our needs and depending on what we are trying to pursue, what we are trying to unravel at different periods of time, the roles that human beings have been taking up, that also has been changing almost continuously. So here in this timeline, this is not very visible. This is around 1990s. Yeah, around 1990s is the time when internet began to become as a worldwide phenomena. And if we also look at these various kinds of timelines, in the earlier times, yeah, in the earlier centuries, it's easier to make a timeline. Yeah, what kinds of ages and what happened when. Yeah, and as we come closer to the time that we are currently living in, one, of course, it's hard to make a timeline when we are currently living the moment, but also in terms of the massive kind of, technological innovations and the networked, interconnected nature of these sorts of, innovations, it becomes really hard to have a neat timeline from the 1990s. Yeah. So if we try to look at, in a larger canvas, yeah, the entire history of humanity, from the time human beings began to when they graduated from that level of living off the berries from the trees and trying to figure out what is around them, and I think that happened fairly early on in the history of civilization. So there were two things which dominated all the time: the exploration of reality, what is around me, what can I see? What can I feel? And even sometimes, there's this, knowledge about the unknown. Yeah, all of that is there. So these two things have always gone hand in hand: the exploration of reality and the quest for knowledge and innovation. Even if you think about any kinds of random examples, you will know that this is how we have progressed as a race. And we find that the machine systems, organizations, documentation process, all those things were put in place in a structured manner to facilitate these two major aims. So we find that human reasoning was always used to problem solve, and in that process, we were also inventing newer things. Technology was always there. It's never, it's not a new thing. It's not something which happened after the Industrial Revolution, not something which came part and parcel with modernity. It was always there in some degree or the other, because that was one of the most visible ways in which we knew that as a race, we were progressing. And there were always, there were a few things relegated to the level of the to mysterious, realms for whatsoever reasons. Yeah, next. Yes. Yeah. So if we look at the journey of the human mind, we find that, yeah, these two aspects, which might very superficially look as if, they're very disconnected. Yeah, the way the human mind journeyed and the way in which our knowledge systems were shaped, they were always very closely interconnected. Yeah, so we all must have, done some basic, courses in history to know, what those terms are. We went through these different phases, and some of those events were more pronounced than the other. If you just take the case of printing press, that was the thing, which sort of, say, took forward so many other things that followed. And now we can even say that we are at one such milestone like the printing press, which happened in the 15th century, where we are moving from that time it was a paper world. That was a huge leap, moving to a paper world. It was not just a transformation in a material sense. It also facilitated so many other things like, colonialism or modernity. So you would, some of you might know this better than the others. So what we also found the previous slide. The previous slide. What we also found was that, these two things, again, irrespective of the discipline in which you have specialized in, you might know this, the significance of this. These two things also happen. There is a decimation of the monopoly of different kinds, and there's an emergence of scientific temper and nation. So now, when we are thinking about the shift in humanities education with the influence of artificial intelligence, we also need to see this in this larger canvas. There are so many other things changing too, like belief systems. So if we look at, printing press, what does that has to do with monarchy or the emergence of nations? But we know that, those were all connected in maybe not very neat ways, but in very complex but intricate and undeniable ways. A similar sort of thing is happening in these decades that we are inhabiting as well. Yes. So if you're looking at the contemporary, so just for the convenience sake, I am just designating the contemporary from the 2000 onwards, where we also saw the convergence of several technology trends, all the high-speed broadband, iPhone, that was really huge when it happened, 2007, and it was after that, we began to realize that it is possible to carry a mini computer in our hands, and the ways in which it changed our lives. One could write, half a dozen books about it. And there is this, inauguration of this hyper-viralized social media age, 2009. That is when the like, retweet, share buttons were introduced. That is when we began to, earlier, think about a photograph. You could access a family photograph if you visited a friend or a family, and if they were close enough to share the family album with you. Now, how do we share? Whether it is about an event or a personal photo, everything is out there. And how do we also have a mechanism to validate those photos, which was never there. Imagine, earlier when people used to visit and we used to share the family album, we never gave them rate the photos. How many do you like? How many you don't like? No, that was not there. Comment on them. No, that was not there. So this also inaugurated a different kind of perception and comprehension in terms of, what we expect and what we what kind of interaction we look forward to. And we find that, there is this need to get things validated. There is a need to see, if things are going viral. And 2012, that is when Facebook acquires Instagram. And those things also played a very big role in, shaping the ways in which we consume data. Data wasn't just based on knowledge and information. Data could be just about anything, and there was no single point through which data was getting filtered. Earlier, we had libraries or archives. There were state, centered different mechanisms. Here, you and I, we can just post data. And the thing about a machine is that it has absolutely no way of, differentiating between the data that I provide and the data that you provide and the data that any random third person might be providing. It's just data for them. So these things were very, very crucial in supplementing or in augmenting and accelerating the development of what we now see as AI. If we could, So there's also this idea of the permanent data, which is also now increasingly creating a lot of challenges. There are a lot of ethical as well as legal challenges around that as well. If we could move on, please. Right. So now we're also living at a time where there is hyperconnectivity. So this theorist Andrew Hoskins, he talks about the hyperconnected world where everything is always connected, and we're also sharing even when we are not deliberately sharing. Because most of our devices, they stay online all the time. We are consuming data even when we are not actively engaging with it. So Those are the things maybe, that might require more discussion and thought. So I'll just leave it at that. So in terms of talking about how everything is connected, we do see that it's important for us to also see the emergence of AI in a larger context. Yeah, I mean, there are these different ways in which AI is being responded to now. One is with, a lot of awe. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing that AI can't do. Or, the other end of the spectrum, there's this fear. I mean, what will happen now? But this was always there in varying degrees. But we need to know, as educators and as people who are in this, business of doing different kinds of disciplines in a structured way, it's very important for us to know what is very different about this technology. So it's for the first time that we see that a technology has become something which could connect everything. Yeah. Earlier it was like, all machines were worked on a standalone basis. Yeah. I mean, think about, different sorts of gadgets and machines and their history. Industrialization was a time and the machines were, placed outside of the household. Yeah, it never came into contact with each other, and gradually machines began to enter the household, making things easier. Refrigerator, yeah, even kitchen began, one of those spaces which first became modernized in a middle class home space. Yeah, then homes began to be converted into office spaces too. Think about typewriters, yeah, or photocopier machine in the 70s, and even I would say late 80s. A photocopier machine, maybe you had to go out to get a photocopy, or the photocopier will be there, one photocopier machine for an entire institution. We have reached a level where each office, yeah, each household has one each. And, if you accelerate this and, just project this, it's just very, very thrilling as well as very alarming to see the growth of this, the way in which each one of us own multiple gadgets, which are all interconnected as well. Yeah. And in this process, we have also seen a number of machines, a number of technologies getting obsolete. A typewriter, yeah, it was, Godrej, manufactured the last one, I think, just maybe 10, 12 years back. The last telegram was sent out from Indian Postal Service. That was just about 10 years back. Yeah. So we are living at a time when we are seeing the end of many technologies which were huge game changers maybe a century back. Yeah. So, and this also brings us to a different kind of a problem. The machine is also becoming intelligent. Remember Descartes, what did he say when he was, extensively researching about the idea of the human? I think, therefore I am. That was the thing which differentiated us from all those other inanimate things. We think, we learn, we process, we experience. So now what has happened now? If we are beginning to talk about artificial intelligence, we also need to understand what this intelligence is now. What was it before and what has it become now? Could you please move to the next slide? Yeah. So if we're thinking about a machine that can think, can think or, approximate the thinking process, a machine or a series of interconnected machines which are trying to imitate the ways in which humans think or approximate those, the brain computing system. Yeah. So where does that take us to? Yeah. So you all must be familiar with Rip Van Winkle. Yeah. So this is 1819, American short story. He wakes up after 20 years. What does he see? Bigger buildings, very populous cities, new attitudes to work and government. Yeah. It was largely a structural change, and as well as, infrastructure had changed massively. And it didn't mean that, he stopped functioning. Yeah. And if if we are trying to sort of, imagine what could have happened to him, it was entirely possible for him to, find some way in which, he could make himself useful or maybe become a beneficiary of the state and continue to live and all. Look at this scenario. If Rip Van Winkle fell asleep in 2000 and woke up in 2020, there is high-speed broadband, iPhone, FB, Instagram. There is a world of hyperconnectivity into which one does not know how to mix into unless and until, we are also part of that network. Just to give a very quick example, even if we have to withdraw some money from the bank account that we own legitimately, it has to be processed through, it has to be mediated through, something that now we call as OTP and different validating things. The machine has to tell who we are. Yeah. Even if we are there in flesh and blood, even if we sign, there was a time when signature was this, really coveted. Now I don't even know where all my signatures are. We just send it in different formats. Yeah. So The machine has to validate who we are, and how do we begin to comprehend this change in reality? The next one, please. Yeah. So what exactly had changed? Yeah. Again, taking you through this historical trajectory. Motor car. Yeah. But we could sort of cognitively process it. There were horses, and now slightly faster, more mechanized, yeah, an automated version of what was already there. Yeah, writing, that is what became more and more faster, easier, more functional efficient with printing press. Yeah, and we do know about all of these events which happened in industrial revolution, or photography, motion picture. Those were like really, really big deal in the history of humanity. So this thing about relying on machines to augment as well as automate human labor, yeah, that was always already there. Then what is very different about the networked artificial intelligence or different kinds of digital tools and methods that we are talking about? We do not know what is happening now, because if you look at the internet, and the different kinds of tools that we use, think about the etymology of the word tool and what tool was. The entire autonomy rested with the person who was using it. It depended no, on the skill and the kind of experience and expertise a person had. To that, it has become a partner, a participant, assistant. Look at many of the AI tools. They have begun to refer to themselves as assistants, research assistants. Yeah, and human beings always needed helpers. We've worked through different ways to find another human being as a helper or a machine as a helper. But this is like getting to a realm which gets cognitively slightly harder for us to because it defeats all those kinds of philosophical and cognitive impressions that we had about these different processes of assistantship. Yeah, so the user is also getting used over here, and here if we can see everyday decision making. We never had to rely on a machine before that. No one walked into the kitchen and asked the refrigerator, what should I cook today? But now we can ask ChatGPT, what should I cook today? And it is such an audacious machine that it will actually tell you, or depending on the weather and depending on these conditions, maybe you should cook that. Yeah. So we never had a machine which had the audacity to tell us what we should do, how we should eat, what we should wear, where we should go. It can plan our itinerary if you're going for a holiday. Yeah. So we never had machines like that. And what is happening now? And yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is unlike other machines. I'll just highlight a few words. Yeah. First modern computers, 1940s, it was a manifestation of intelligence. No one said that they were intelligent. There was a manifestation of intelligence. Simple example is a calculator. Yeah, we never no one ever called the calculator an intelligent machine, but there was a manifestation of intelligence because it could imitate the human computing process in a human calculating process in a faster way. 1950s, yeah, this focus on performance. Yeah, this is a time when McCarthy defined that artificial intelligence as a machines that can perform tasks that are characteristic of human intelligence. So here now the focus is on perform, behave like a human. Perform intelligence. Yeah. So and this was resulted in creating a lot of machines which had an intelligent seeming behavior. So intelligence here, not about the human intelligence. No one was even debating that. We were not focusing on the philosophical, cognitive, or the neuroscientific dimensions and definitions of it. But now, when we are looking at AI, we all agree that it's imprecise, it's dynamic, it's emergent, and this is the game changer. It's capable of learning. Yeah, this sort of a machine was never there before. Now it is learning, a machine which is learning, which can be trained. Training was never a term which we could use for a machine, yeah, for human beings, and at a later stage, for animals, yeah, we never used it for a machine. So now we have programs that can learn through experience. Some of you might have played, these games, chess games, yeah, with these digital devices. It will it sort of begin to learn our patterns, yeah, and it will begin to create moves on which it was not trained. It's learning from experience and the amount of data which is being fed into it, yeah. So this is something which is very hard for us to comprehend, yeah. And I do think that, maybe 20, 30 years later, in meetings like this, people might begin to, go back and talk about how is human intelligence sans these machines. Yeah, was it possible ever to have, human beings write or compute, yeah, without the assistance of this? That might become a new research area at that point. Yeah. So also, algorithms are very commonly used word, used and misused as well. Advertisements and marketing agents use this a lot now. Why? Because algorithms can identify relationships that human comprehension and cognition cannot identify. Yeah? Based on that, the kind of news feeds that we get and the kind of suggestions we get, it was all based on that, which is a constant reminder, a living reminder that, the machine is constantly learning, recognizing patterns, and also reinventing and upskilling itself based on the data which is being fed. Yeah. Could you please move on? Yeah. So this disruption has been happening for some time. So just to cut the long story short, if we have to we have a human brain is very historical in nature. We see one thing and then we have to find similar patterns. Like this. When the pandemic happened, yeah, we had to find similar patterns. A lot of research and work on the plague, the Black Death, yeah, all that. We need to find patterns. Yeah. So here, this is where the cognitive dissonance comes. Yeah. We find AI, we find computer. What became this? Yeah, that is something, it is disrupting us, because earlier we knew that motor car, yes, horses were there, we use this, yeah, or an induction cooktop, okay, there was fire, and now, this is a different kind of an energy which is being used, yeah. Telephones, even mobile to a very large extent, we can make sense of it. It was wired, now it is wireless, it can do multiple things, but a smartphone like this, yeah, where all functions are, are sort of, it's seeping into this. What was the earlier model of this? Yeah, the closest that we can get to is human brain, yeah, which was doing all sorts of things. Remember the first set of questions that we had? Yeah, that's how brain processes. That's how the internet can process. Yeah, there need not be rhyme or reason. Yeah, would be things which are brought together. Yeah, next one, please. Yeah. So this is something we are very, very familiar with. We will not spend much time on it. A machine asking us, are you human or not? Yeah. The thing is that this question does not throw us off the chair. It does not give us an existential angst. We are used to it. And this has happened maybe in the last 10, 15 years. Yeah. Yeah. Or maybe less than that. Log into a machine and it is asking you, are you human or not? Yeah. We don't get into a panic mode and get an existential angst, are we human or not? No, this has been so normalized, yeah. And within humanities education, this is a very big thought that we need to, spend some time on, because philosophers had spent centuries at, debating what makes a human, yeah, human, yeah. What are those human traits, yeah? Nothing was innate, nothing was always already given, yeah. There was a lot of thought, and there's an intellectual history to the understanding of, what makes a human a human. What are the human characteristics? Yeah. So now we need to unlearn as well as augment those learnings. Yeah. Moving on. Yes, yeah. So there are extended minds and networks now. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. Just one quick example where, when we forget the password now, how can we retrieve it? The machine will help us to retrieve it. Yeah. Also, there is we all know that machines can save passwords. Yeah. Now we have come to a point that it's safer, we feel, and easier if the machine saves it for us. Yeah, this is another thing which has been happening for the last, again, maybe a little more than a decade, where we begin to trust a machine more than we trust us. Yeah, so keep it in the machine, save it in the cloud. We don't even know where that is and what that cloud is. Save it over there. It will be permanent. Yeah. So the permanent data, when we talk about permanent data, it has multiple dimensions. We store our personal data also in this, permanent data store, which we cannot even see. Yeah. So this is something, a century back, if we were to believe on something that we did not see, we were seen psychics. Yeah. We were seen as, people who do not have a scientific temper. This is a technology which has emerged out of a scientific temper. It is messing up with our value systems in certain ways, because, we are beginning to believe and put our trust on things which we do not even know if it's there or not. How many of us know, where this, we save things on Google Drive. Where is it? Yeah. I don't think anyone knows. I don't even know if they know it. Yeah. But it is all, this very implicit trust, very implicit inherent trust in these systems. Yeah. So, yeah. So we are outsourcing our mind mechanisms to these multiple visible as well as invisible networks. What does this do to the way in which we do our disciplines, to the way we teach, the way we learn, the way we do our research? These are some larger questions to which, I don't have any answer per se, but I think it's high time that we need to, start thinking about this. Could we move on? We'll just skip these bits. Yeah. Could you please move on? Yeah. So this is a big question. Accountability. When the printing press was there, some of you who are familiar with, the history of printing would know, initially the onus was upon the proprietor, the one who owned the printing press. Yeah. So if anything, controversial was printed through one machine, the accountability always rested with the owner of the printing press. We had to go through certain processes to arrive at a time when the idea of the author emerged. Yeah. And then the author, why was the idea of the author important? Because we always needed to know who could be blamed. When good things happen, no one runs around to find out who's responsible for it. When terrible things happen, when terrible things are being told, said, done, yeah, then that time, who's behind this? Yeah, that is when, the idea of the author, the idea of giving credit, all that emerged. So now, when things go wrong, a fraudulent thing. Yeah, I mean, this has multiple dimensions. We cannot pretend to be just academics and not look at those massive fraudulent world that has, fast emerging. We were using the tools of AI. When things go wrong, no one knows how to locate it where, because the crime will be committed by a person, the server will be elsewhere, and the victim will be in another continent altogether. So we also, how about the legal ethical systems? The thing is that AI is moving in such a fast pace that the legal and ethical systems, it still hasn't quite, caught up to it. Yeah. Moving on. Yes. Yeah. So here is, I'll just focus on a couple of things over here and we can begin to wrap up. So what is at stake over here? We have a lot of information without context. Yeah. So like, in the first set of questions, I think I had something like, what's the temperature in Nairobi at this point? Yeah. About the old paper world. Yeah, if we had to find the temperature in Nairobi, maybe we have to go access some encyclopedia, know something about Nairobi at different points of time. What will be the temperature? There is a context. Now we don't even have to know what Nairobi is and where Nairobi is. Just type what is the temperature in Nairobi now. It will give us the answer. There's a lot of information without context, and humanities education, humanities research was largely founded on contextualizing things, contextualizing the existence of human experience, the existence, the evolution of different forms of human experiences. So when we are also surrounded by this, endless information without context, what are we going to do with it? I'm not trying to present a bleak picture, but I think it's very important that we begin to ask some of these questions in terms of what happens at the back end of these different fascinating new age processes that we are seeing. And also in terms of immediacy, yeah, that has gained priority over correctness, perspective, or interpretation. If you are familiar with Donna Haraway's what is Cyborg Manifesto, yeah, you would know that there is a context given to how the digital emerged. Where was it used first? In the during war. Yeah, it was a military necessity. Yeah, to use the digital tools. Yeah, it wasn't called in that form then, but still, the computing tools were used largely to support military warfare. What was the most important aspect at that time? It wasn't interpretation or perspective or correctness. It was about immediacy. Yeah, so here is a tool which is largely based on immediacy, which is based on the pace. It is faster than everything else. It's a result-oriented thing. Now we are building upon that. AI is something which we have, which has built on these different computing systems. Now, suddenly expecting AI to do something which is out of its character, that's unreasonable. What we could do is to be aware of what it is, to be aware of what these different tools and mechanisms are doing. I will never say shy away from it. By all means, do it. If any of you does not have a ChatGPT account, make it. We need to know what is in there. Staying away from is not the solution, but also knowing how it works. It will add a lot of value to the ways in which we will be leveraging how to use these for different disciplinary research processes. Yeah, and moving on. Yeah, yes. Please move on. Yeah. Right, so I'll just leave this term with you, neuroplasticity. It's about the way how the brain is rewiring itself. It's very, very central because researchers, neuroscientists, they do say that human brain is rewiring itself at a faster pace that it has ever done in the previous centuries. Brain has this capacity to, continually, rewire itself depending on the motor mechanisms, the way we comprehend everything will continue to change. Yeah. So this has been accelerated in the last maybe couple of decades. Yeah. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but something, that we need to pay attention to while we are also reframing some of our theoretical, concepts. Yeah. For instance, there was a time when we could remember uh, 10 to 12, 15 phone numbers. Yeah. Uh, Quite easily. We don't even know that. Sometimes, we don't even know our own number because we rely entirely on this machine. I'm not saying, that is good or this is bad, but we need to be conscious of this process of rewiring. Yeah. And yes, yeah. So I think we'll begin to wrap up. So some of the things that I just want to leave with you for further thought and discussion later on. I mean, what is our role now as educators, as people who are engaged in this business of education and research? Yeah, what is our role now, especially when there's a lot of talk about where there's information everywhere. Yeah, we don't need one more person to come with a data set. Yeah, we have a lot of this machines which are in certain ways doing the work that human beings were doing. So how do we position ourselves there? I'll just leave you with one example. Have you heard of this? This chat GPT was asked, how many R's are there in strawberry? How many R's are there in strawberry? Yeah, but it said 2. Yeah. And it was again asked, okay, check again, how many R's are there? It continued to say, now if now it has upskilled itself, now it will say 3 because it was trained to split words. It can only read data set. Yeah. So this example is enough for us to know that we have an intelligent machine, yeah, but it also has an intelligence which is limited. Of course, it has access to a huge data set which no person can ever access. Yeah, and now if we ask, and also, and ChatGPT kept on saying 3, and then it was asked to break it down. Then it will also get into this apology. No, I'm really sorry. I mean, I'm only a machine. I was analyzing it this way. I'm sorry if I made a mistake. Now it is 3. Yeah, so keep these things in mind. Yeah, to know how we can find this synergy. Yeah, I just reiterate, I'm not in any way glorifying that or devaluing it. Yeah, but we need to be conscious of what is at the back end. Yeah, I mean, it's like, when we see a handwritten work, we know it is handwritten. When we see a printed book, we know it is print. But now we are going through a phase where we see
strategic leadership focus with cross-functional teams. But now I'm going to tie this whole thing into where we're headed from now. This is the last day of the conference. Everything we do now is about launch. We came in, got introduced. Yesterday, we got in deeper. And now it's time for us to launch and understanding with the ideas Dr. Mirren just shared with us. And those are important for us as we look to the future. One of the things about strategic leaders is that they are visionary. They don't just sit back and say, I wonder what's next. They go, we're going to make what's next. We're going to find what's next. We're going to do what's next. And they carry large vision. And the thing is, if you've had this discussion or not, whether leaders are born or made, both are true. You may have been born a leader and you have all those traits that are building you and moving you, but you may also have learned how to lead over time. And ultimately, the responsibility for leadership rests on each one of us. As we look at being strategic leaders, of course, we need to be visionary. We need to have a clear and compelling vision of the future. We can see clearly where we're at, but we need to look into the future. The future is where we all are moving. None of us can move to the past, regardless of a DeLorean in 1985. We cannot go back to the future. We have to go into the future. And these are the things that really are going to help us as we look at cross-functional teams. They are the future. There will not be a lot of people who will do their own brand and do it on their own. We have people in the past who've talked about being visionaries. Some people say Steve Jobs was a visionary. But really, Steve Jobs was not a visionary on his own. He had a wide team. One of my colleagues in my doctoral studies did the 45-second elevator ride with Steve Jobs to sell her idea on tying educational products to free products, Apple products into schools. And that got her a couple of $100,000 more in vice presidency, but she was also engaged in the inner circle after that. Steve Jobs had an inner circle. So though he was visionary, he inspired his people, he still had to work with others. And you will have to work with others more and more and more. In research, it's very rare that you do everything on your own. You have to collaborate, you have to work with others. And so as we look at the future development of transformative leadership, analytics, AI, and the development in India, Murthy, founder of Infosys One, he made a very big splash as far as his name goes, but he worked with a large group of people. He had investors that worked with him. And that's the way it's going to be for the future. We need to realize that vision needs to be shared. It's not something we hold on to. So as we look at cross-functional teams, we need to look at how can we utilize everybody on our team to make this an important aspect of the day. We need to be open. Strategic leaders are open to learn about new trends. In other words, we can't do things the way they used to be. How many are doing the same thing you were doing in grade 1? Anybody? Because you're doing more now, right? You're in college. Any of you still fingerprinting? Like skipping rope? Some of you are young. Okay, that's okay. You stay young. But you have to change with the times. You have to move on. And this is one of the areas that we begin to see is happening. Promote culture and again, look at how we can move our individual organizations into the future and beyond. Your future, and there was a mention here about Rip Van Winkle in 20 years. Well, what will the world look like in 20 years? Are you going to be close to that? And work with people to create and forge a new future. The Klaus Teixeira, one of the founders of the German software giant SAP AG, often attended lectures of Nobel Prize laureates because he wanted to learn what was coming. And he wanted to have ideas that challenged his own. As you look at openness, you need to look at what is the future for me? What is the future for us? What is the future for the teams that I work with? And so this moves us into the importance of having cross-functional teams move us into the future and change the way we've done things in the past. Another thing we need as strategic leaders is focus. Focus is important. Again, Steve Jobs could have made 100 different cell phones. iPhone. Anyone have an iPhone? I have one. Anyone else? No? Some of you are still Androids? Okay. All right. But he created the iPhone, and his focus actually revolutionized the company. And so when you look at where you're going in the future, you need to focus and be ready to take on the challenges that arise. Because as you're a strategic leader, casting vision and being open, you need to realize that your focus is going to keep everyone on track. And if everyone together focuses in your team, then you will end up with winning teams over and over and over again. And don't expect to fit with one team for your whole life. You'll work with many teams throughout your life. You need to begin committing to developing those skills so that you do not get lost in the future crossfire of ideas. It's going to, strategic leaders require courage. There have been CEOs over the years that have made unpopular decisions. There have been presidents who've made unpopular decisions. But regardless of the unpopularity of those decisions, they continued to move forward with their government, with their organization, so that they could see what they had committed to, see it through to the end. Now, granted, some of those ideas were bad ideas, but they still had the courage to see them through to make sure that they had gone through to the end. And most of all, as you're a strategic leader, you need to have good judgment. Again, talking again about Murphy, we had a customer of 25% of share in Infosys who was trying to squeeze the company for higher fees so he could make more profit for him. And losing this customer left Infosys financially exposed. But Murphy did not say to his team, we're finished, let's lay down and die. They developed a de-risking strategy together that would mitigate the council, which raised an alarm when dependency on a single client rose to a certain level. So they began to meet them with good judgment. They need to look at this and say, we are going to be different. So as we look at the different things that are required of strategic leaders, and you committing to making those changes and developing those skills for the future, it becomes a place where you get a chance to differently. I grew up in a very military home. Three things. An experience like that? Yeah, it happens. But when you're a strategic leader and you move to the future, you need to learn to build the people around you. Take your finger off the fear button. Because when you try to use fear to get our own way, it's just going to make people clam up. What do you got to say? Nothing. Right? I know you have more to say than that, because you said some things the other day, right? We talked the other day for a couple of moments. Yeah. So as we come to this place, we need to take our finger off our fear button so that people are feeling encouraged and grown and part of something bigger. We need to practice having alternative views introduced into what we're talking about. In other words, asking people, hey, doing something new. Can you just bring an alternate view? It's okay. You just say something totally different than what we're talking about. And let's see where that goes. Experiment with understanding and having fun with dissent. Too often we think if we disagree, we're wrong. If we create a culture as strategic leaders to disagreement as a regular plan thing to introduce different ideas, we then move away from food and we move to the future. Again, encourage people to think beyond their roles. I've talked to people who said, I'm just this. You are more than just. There's so much more in the future for you. And as we've looked at this conference and the material that you've gotten from this conference, there's so much for you to even become because of what you've learned this week. And so you are no longer just something. And again, as strategic leaders, don't let bad news bring down. News is bad news no matter what time. Someone's bad news is someone else's good news. But if you can turn it into a learning moment where you share bad news and communicate positive emotional responses, where you say, I know this is bad, but look what we can do from this. As we look at the example of Murphy, who turned something dangerous for his company into something that was positive as they moved in the future. When you reject feedback as a leader, explain why. I would ask this as I was in my home was, why? And the answer was, because. What does it mean? Explain why we disagree. Helping people understand the reasons for why there's two things. One, it shows respect for your team. Two, it helps reasons that you have say something. So as a leader, as you go into your cross-functional teams, as you begin your journey in strategic leadership, begin to look at how that is going to help them. And then let people know what you're thinking. Nothing worse than sitting back and glaring at people because they don't know what you're thinking. And so fear can rise up. And again, you gotta get your finger off the fear button. Let your team talk. Let them come up with ideas. Let them speak first. As you do that, then you know everybody and say, these are great ideas. So what I'm thinking right now. What do you think? And again, make it a conversation with colleagues and peers, not a competition for who's most important. Model home learning. As you model and you share about your mistakes, and as you ask exploratory questions and admit what you don't know, I know when I went to my doctoral studies, I thought, I must be pretty smart. I'm going to doctoral studies. I found out I know a whole lot about this much. As I began to understand that, it began to humble me so that I could be the leader that I needed to become and become that way. A strategic leader's most important job, now and in the future, creating vision and setting strategy is nourishing a place of safety in exchange for openness and honesty. You have that opportunity right now. You have a chance. Again, as leaders preparing to occupy the future, gauge collaboration, mentor effective approaches to others to make transformative leadership a learning environment. And if you don't know what transformative leadership in its entirety, study this. Commit to the best use of analytics through cross-functionally brave and innovative approaches to the challenges ahead. There's lots ahead. This is just the start. I know when we have our students graduate, they think, yeah, we graduated. That's just the beginning. As you go through this conference and we come to this last day, this is just the beginning. We're going through. Explore the effective use and implementation of AI approaches in development for discuss the organization you serve and people you lead. It's not an enemy. As a strategic leader, you need to find parts the best. Which is a story about the talents and how one servant received $5,000, another 2,000, a third one 1,000, according to their abilities. The first servant went out and doubled the investment. You kind of want to know that guy, right? The second did the same. Yeah, there was another one. Wow. So the third one dug a hole and buried the money. I never thought it would grow a money tree. I don't know. For a money tree? Well, when the minister came back, though, and settled with him, the first give $5,000, showed him he had doubled his master commended him. He said, "Yeah, great job, super stuff. We're in good profit territory right now." The second, 2,000, showed that he doubled his investment, and the master commended him equally and said, "You are doing great, guys. I am so happy with what you've done." Third was given 1,000, made many excuses for burying his investment and burying his responsibility. The master was furious. If I was after the best, why did you do less than the least? 1,000 was given to the one producing the most, and the third was disqualified from the position and dismissed. So as we look at this conference coming to a close today, what will you do now that you've received the ideas from this conference? Invest in the ideas presented this week, or will you keep them hidden, hoping to implement them one day? The decision really is yours. No one can force you to do anything. You have to make the decision. You have to decide, am I taking this information into my future? Time to prepare for the future is not in the future. It's right now. Don't be caught with your ideas, your leadership, or your future. No one can use them. It's a challenge for the day. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Doug, for that inspiring and insightful and engagement presentation. The importance of communication, collaboration, empathy, humility, and being a visionary leader deeply resonated with us. We'll now break for tea and assemble in 15 minutes for the Student Speak session, which will be led by Ms. Faiza, President of the Student Union, Stella Maris College. Thank you. So 15 minutes is 11:30, before 11:30.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Hi. Hope all of you have had a good break and all your refreshments as well. Once again, good morning to everyone present here. I'm Faiza Afra, President of the Students' Union of Stella Maris College, and I'm delighted to be able to host a session for you all today. Without further ado, let's begin with our very first student speaker from Trinity Western University. I'd like to call upon Mr. Doyen, TWU MA Lead Alumni and Assistant Director of Compliance, Force College.
And I'm presenting or if employees are satisfied, the tendency, the likelihood of innovation is very high. So innovation is closely tied to employee satisfaction. Servant leadership fosters a supportive environment that encourages creativity and innovation. Because servant leadership has been found to be integral to employee satisfaction. And if employees are satisfied, they can innovate. So that is a very important link between or relationships between servant leadership, transformational servant leadership, and innovation in the IT sector. So the traditional leadership style may not be well suited for dynamic environment of technology companies. Traditional leadership ties focuses on control, on authority, on directing people. But innovation doesn't come that way. If we want innovation to be prevalent, if we want success in the technology industry, TSL is very central to that. So TSL offers an alternative approach that aligns with the industry needs. There is a project management framework commonly used in technology industries called Scrum. So the Scrum framework shares similarities with servant leadership, particularly in its emphasis on facilitation and collaboration. So when IT projects are being managed, Scrum is a framework that guarantees success. It focuses on developing software using the Scrum approach where the Scrum Masters act as the servants to the Scrum team. So Scrum Masters often act as servant leaders, promoting a supportive and team environment. Centner 2016. So that means that for IT projects to be successful using the Scrum framework, the servant leadership principles must be imbibed, right? What is the impact on organizational performance? Servant leadership positively impacts organizational performance by enhancing employee motivation and satisfaction. This approach leads to better teamwork and productivity. Bennett 2021. TSL and IT. So the two principles of TSL that I mentioned before are really very central to the innovation that we expect to see in the IT industry. Consideration involves leaders creating a supportive and equitable team environment through friendly interactions, while initiating structure focuses on task-oriented leadership by setting clear expectations, delegating tasks, and maintaining performance standards. Kennedy Western University 2021. So if leaders in the technology industry are able to imbibe these principles of consideration that will allow them to create a supportive and equitable team environment, and also the principle of initiating structure that will allow them to set clear expectations and delegate tasks in the technology industry, success is actually guaranteed. So TSL is really very useful when it comes to the technology industry. So transformational servant leadership impact. TSL can significantly enhance job satisfaction in technology industry by creating a supportive and inclusive work environment. This approach also fosters a positive organizational culture, which is crucial for employee retention and innovation. What are the key takeaways from my presentation today? Servant leadership is a powerful tool for enhancing employee job satisfaction in technology organizations. The approach promotes a supportive and inclusive work environment, leading to higher levels of employee engagement and innovation. Technology companies can benefit from adopting servant leadership principles. These principles can help create a positive organizational culture and foster innovation. Thank you. I hope you've been able to get a few information or some information from my presentation today, and I hope we'll be able to apply servant leadership, principles in the technology industry as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. That was definitely very profound. Okay, let's now check. Let's now move on to our second presenter for the day. I'd now like to request Mr. Gaurav Chawda, yet again from Trinity Western University, MA Lead Alumni and Community Support Worker, to present.
potential through real-world examples, explore ethical considerations, and provide actionable recommendations for all of us working in this space. By the end, I hope you will share my vision of a future where data empowers us to build healthier and more inclusive communities. As we begin, let me outline the key goals of this presentation. First, I will explore how analytics transform delivery of community services and healthcare. This includes not only improving operational efficiency, but also tackling complex issues like mental health wellness more effectively. Second, I'll delve into the specific implications of data-driven care for underserved populations, mental health services, and wellness programs. Finally, I will share actionable insights and case studies that demonstrate the tangible benefits of integrating analytics into our daily practices. Why is this important? Because in today's interconnected and data-rich world, the stakes are higher than ever. Ineffective resources allocation and lack of targeted care can widen existing gaps. Analytics offers a path forward, a way to understand, predict, and act to improve lives. Let's start with the power of data in community work. Let's explore why data is so powerful. Traditionally, community service providers have relied on intuition or broad surveys to access needs. While these approaches have value, they lack precision. Enter data-driven analytics, which enables us to uncover specific patterns and trends within the community. For instance, analyzing socioeconomic data can pinpoint neighborhoods most at risk of mental health crisis, allowing service providers to be served. Now, let's talk specifics. How exactly is analytics being used? One powerful tool is predictive modeling. Think of it as a crystal ball for healthcare. It allows us to anticipate risks before they become emergencies. For example, predictive analytics can identify patients at high risk of depression based on their history, social determinants, and behavioral data. Next, analyzing social determinants of health. Factors like housing, income, and education. These are often at the root of the health inequities. Data-driven insights help us identify systemic barriers and design interventions tailored to overcome them. Lastly, real-time data is revolutionizing our ability to respond. Wearables like fitness trackers provide continuous streams of information about physical activity and sleep patterns, offering real-time insights into individual health. Similarly, social media and mining can reveal public sentiment about wellness programs, enabling real-time adjustments. These tools are not just futuristic, they are being deployed today to enhance community care. Now let's talk about certain case studies. To illustrate these points, let's take some real-world examples. First, consider chronic disease management. By integrating diverse data sets like medical records, wearables, and genetic information, health providers can create personalized treatment plans. A case in point, a diabetes management program that uses real-time glucose monitoring combined with predictive algorithms to adjust treatment dynamically. In public health, big data has proven invaluable for predicting disease outbreaks. During the COVID-19 pandemic, analytics played a key role in forecasting hotspots and guiding resource allocation. Similarly, social media monitoring has been used to track vaccine sentiment and design targeted awareness programs. Finally, let's talk about some underserved communities. Agile program management has enabled innovative solutions for housing and healthcare inequities. In one project, data analytics revealed transportation barriers as a key issue, leading to the implementation of mobile healthcare units. These examples demonstrates that possibility with data are not just aspirational, they're actionable and impactful. However, it's not all smooth sailing. The integration of data analytics into healthcare and community work has its own challenges. One significant issue is data privacy. How do we ensure that individuals' personal information remains confidential? This is especially critical in mental health, where stigma remains a barrier. Robust security measures and transparent consent processes are essential. Another challenge is equity. As exciting as these technologies are, not everyone has equal access to them. The digital divide, lack of access to internet or devices, can worsen disparities. Additionally, we must address biases in data algorithms that might unintentionally marginalize certain groups. Lastly, change can be difficult. Many organizations face resistance when adaptive data-driven practices. Overcoming these requires cultivating a culture that values data as a strategic asset and investing in trying and training to build staff confident and skills. Now let's talk about transformational servant leadership and how it is so important in this data-driven care. Transformational servant leadership complements data-driven care by focusing on people as much as it possesses. A leader practicing TSL inspires teams with a shared vision, aligning everyone towards a common goal. This leadership style emphasizes collaboration, fostering trust among various stakeholders. By empowering individuals to use data effectively, TSL ensures the innovation is inclusive and impactful. In the context of data-driven care, TSL is invaluable for bridging the gap between analytics and actionable people-centered solutions. So, how do we make this vision a reality? First, we must invest in robust technological infrastructure, secure databases, interoperable systems, and user-friendly platforms. Second, training is critical. Healthcare workers need to be equipped with skills to interpret and act on data insights. This can be achieved through interdisciplinary educational programs. Third, collaboration among stakeholders is the most essential part. Governments, private organizations, and community leaders must work together to design these programs that are both effective and equitable. Finally, community engagement is non-negotiable. The people we aim to serve should be involved in shaping data-driven initiatives to ensure that their needs and values are truly reflected. In closing, data-driven care represents a tremendous opportunity to improve community work, wellness, and mental health. By embracing analytics, we can shift from reactive to proactive care, empowering individuals and building stronger communities. By this journey, all requires us to act, whether it's advocating for better policies, investing in technology, or simply fostering a culture of collaboration. Together, we can harness the power of data to create a future where health and wellness are accessible to everyone. Thank you for your attention. I hope this presentation has inspired you to consider the role of data in your own work. I look forward to your questions and insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chawla, for sharing your proactive vision with us. Let us now proceed with the student presenters from Stella Maris College. I'd like to request Ms. Gayatri Raju, third-year student of the Department of Economics, President of Tinkering, Debate Society, and Research Cell, to take the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gayatri, and I will be presenting on the topic ethical use of AI in academia and research. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. AI is transforming academia and research by enabling smarter data analysis, personalized education, and it is also fostering innovation as such. Tools like AI-driven tutoring systems, automated research assistants, and plagiarism checkers are reshaping how knowledge is created and shared. For instance, publication platforms like Semantic Scholar employ AI to extract insights from millions of academic papers, accelerating literature reviews. And with respect to platforms like Newton, they tailor educational content to individual learning speeds. Rapid adoption of AI raises ethical concerns such as potential for data misuse, algorithmic bias, and over reliance on these systems. According to Research and Markets 2023, AI in education sector is projected to grow at a CAGR of 35.5% between 2023 and 2030. And studies from Nature reveal that 68% of researchers use AI for literature analysis, though 40% express concerns over the transparency. The next slide, please. Ethical principles in AI usage. So there are 4 key points that we need to look at: transparency, accountability, fairness, and privacy. Researchers and educators must understand how AI systems make decisions. For example, the criteria and the limitations that they use when they do literature review exactly should be disclosed. Accountability. Human oversight is essential. Researchers using AI tools such as automated data analysis software remain accountable for validating the results. So the onus is on the humans themselves. Bias audits are critical to ensuring equitable outcomes. A Stanford University study found that AI grading systems disproportionately penalized non-native English speakers due to language-related biases. And AI applications in academia collect vast amount of data, and compliance with regulations and standards as such is important for ethical data use, especially when dealing with sensitive information like research subjects. The European Commission's Ethics Guidelines for Trustworthy AI 2021 serves as a popular benchmark for these. Can we go to the next slide, please? Challenges and risks of AI in academia and research. Data privacy issues. AI-powered learning tools like Turnitin and research assistants often store sensitive data, risking breaches or misuse. A 2022 Pew Research Center survey found that 56% of students were concerned about how AI platforms use their data. Now that popular platforms like ChatGPT is storing our data as memories. Algorithmic bias. AI systems may reinforce societal biases. In research, biased data sets can lead to flawed conclusions, especially in fields like sociology or healthcare. A study published in Nature Human Behavior revealed bias in 60% of AI models used in social science research. Over-reliance and loss of creativity, dependence on AI for normal stuff like essay writing, data analysis, literature review, etc., diminish our critical thinking skills. Researchers at MIT found that students using AI tools relied less on traditional brainstorming methods, affecting originality. Accuracy concerns. AI systems may oversimplify complex problems, and AI used in climate modeling are popularly known to misinterpret long-term data patterns. Identifying and mitigating these risks ensure AI remains a tool for progress rather than a liability in academic and research contexts. The next slide, please. Guidelines for ethical AI implementation. I've come up with 5 benchmarks that we can have. So first thing is regular audits. Conducting bias and accuracy audits ensure AI tools align with ethical standards and remain reliable for academic use. The University of Oxford's periodic review of AI grading systems not only corrected bias against minority students, but also improved overall transparency and trust in the grading process. Human oversight. AI should assist, but not essentially replace human judgment. Educators and researchers must critically assess the outputs to maintain integrity. Plagiarism detection tools should flag concerns, but leave the final call to the decision of the researcher or the student using the AI. Literacy training. Students and researchers must understand the limits, strengths, and the weaknesses, and training programs to demystify AI technologies and the limit and how much of it you can use is important. University of Toronto introduced a workshop on ethical AI use, and this resulted in 40% fewer cases of misuse. The workshop also empowered students on how to critically analyze the outputs from AI. Informed consent. In research, one must obtain explicit consent from the participants, particularly dealing with sensitive or personal data. Obtaining informed consent aligns with global privacy laws and reduces the risk of ethical breaches. Cross-disciplinary collaboration between AI developers and domain experts ensure tools are tailored to specify academic needs and adhere to ethical guidelines, partnering with SME experts to refine algorithms, reduce bias, and improve accuracy. Can you go to the next slide, please? A couple of case studies. First case study is a research at DeepMind. It used AI to predict protein structures, achieving a groundbreaking milestone by resolving over 200 million protein structures in just a few months. Biology jargons, but essentially what this firm did was to prove the accuracy of the data that they got. They basically shared it in a public forum called AlphaFold Protein Structure Database. They made it publicly accessible, enabling people to validate the data. AI in climate modeling. At NASA, people analyze data to predict various weather patterns, and this has reduced computation time by 30%, but essentially the final say is with the humans. AI in education, Georgia State University implemented AI chatbots to assist students with various administrative tasks, such as enrollment process, fee reminders, and answering frequently asked questions. And this initiative contributed to an 11% increase in student retention rates. Plagiarism detection is also important, just generally raising concerns about academic integrity. A law for plagiarism and AI would essentially solve this problem. Next slide, please. Future directions and conclusion. Global ethical standards, a set of laws or an institution governing the use of AI would be essential. Organizations like UNESCO and IEEE are already working on universal guidelines. Improved data practices, enhancing data security and privacy protocols will ensure compliance with evolving regulations, and a collaborative AI development is required. Universities and AI developers should co-create tools specified to academic needs, reducing ethical conflicts. So to conclude, AI offers immense potential to revolutionize academia and research. However, its ethical use is not optional, but it is essential. By prioritizing transparency, fairness, and accountability, we can foster an ecosystem where AI is a catalyst for knowledge creation and equitable education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gayatri, for that insightful session. I'd now like to request Desha, a third-year student from the Department of Computer Science and the Vice President of the Students' Union of Stella Maris College, to take the stage.
All. How are you? Yeah. Okay. Let's start with a quick question. How many of you hear this phrase, AI will take over jobs, or AI is the future? Obviously everyone, but I'm just asking. Yeah, that's true. I have heard them too, but honestly, my first thought was, oh, great, my computer is going to end up more successful than me. As a student, I often wonder, what does AI really mean for us, the next generation entering the workforce? Are we all going to end up working for robots? That curiosity got me exploring how leaders like us can prepare for AI-driven changes, and more importantly, how we can lead AI rather than being led by AI. So now let's be real, artificial intelligence is not a sci-fi dream anymore. It's here. From chatbots answering our questions at midnights, probably better than we do, and to car driving themselves, and even AI helping doctors diagnose diseases. It's everywhere. And yeah, it's cool, but it also comes with a big responsibility, leading AI responsibly. Yeah, next slide. Okay, why lead AI? Leading AI is not about bossing around a robot. It's about shaping how AI works for us, aligning it with our goals, values, and ethics. It's about making sure we are the ones in control, not the machines. So okay, I made a 3 simple ways how we can lead AI effectively. And then understanding AI strengths and weakness. AI is not a magic. It excels at pattern recognition, automation, but lacks the intuition, empathy, and creativity that makes us uniquely human. To lead AI, we must educate ourselves, learn how it works, where it thrives, where it fails. AI can beat at chess, but it can't understand why we get emotional watching a dog rescue video. Remember, AI is a tool, not a replacement for human intelligence. You wouldn't let a hammer decide where it should hit. And then ethical AI development. Fun fact, AI is only as good or as biased as the data it's trained on. If we fed it biased data, guess what? It will be biased too. We as future AI leaders have a duty to ensure fairness, transparency, and inclusivity in AI systems. Ask yourself, does this AI system empower or exploit? Does it benefit for all or only a few? And then third thing is be proactive, not reactive. Technology goes faster than our project deadlines. As students, don't just adapt to AI, shape its future. Take ownership of your learning, whether doing a coding or building a project, building an app, or just experimenting. Make sure your creativity and values are leading the way. You write the script. Don't let AI write your script. Now, what happens if we are led by AI instead of leading it? Next slide. We blindly trust algorithms without questioning their outcomes. We let automation makes us lazy thinkers. First of all, we lose touch with what makes us human, our empathy, problem solving skills, and adaptability. So think of AI as your co-pilot, not your commander. You should be the one who flying the plane. Next slide. And then, okay, AI can crunch numbers, solve equations, and even paint a picture. But there's one thing it will never beat us at. What is it? Being human. So let's pause for a moment and ask, what makes us irreplaceable? What ensures AI serves humanity rather than diminishes it? The answer lies in two uniquely human traits: empathy and emotional intelligence. Empathy, the heart of leadership. Empathy is understanding and sharing feelings. It's about developing AI for everyone. Lead AI with empathy. We should design technology for all. Consider the impact of AI on diverse communities. For example, can a system tried in one country truly understand the cultural differences in another? Probably not without human guidance. And then addressing real human needs. Let's build AI that empowers people, not replaces them. AI might help doctors diagnose illness, but it won't comfort a patient or hold their hands during the tough times. That's where we come in. Ask yourself, how can my work make life easier, kinder, and more connected for others? And then EQ, the mind of leadership, is the ability to recognize and understand and manage your own emotions while also influencing the emotions of others. So in the EQ critically helps in leading AI, where trust is not built through code, it's built through transparency, communication, respect. AI leaders with high EQ will know how to convey the purpose and limitations of AI in way to resonate with people. And then AI will often present tough choices between efficiency and fairness, between privacy and innovation. EQ enables you to decide, to weigh those decisions, not just with logic, but with compassion. And then the future is not about human versus AI. It's human with AI. Leaders with EQ will inspire teams to see AI as a partner, a tool that amplifies human creativity, not as a replacement for it. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. Wrapping it up, as a student, we are not just the workforce of the future, we are its leader. AI is just a tool, but it's up to us to decide how to use it. So let's combine the precision of the AI with the warmth of human connection. We are not defined by the technology we create, but by how we use it to uplift and empower one another. So let's lead AI with heart, mind, and a bit of humor. Thank you. And yeah, finally, let's lead AI. Don't be led by AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Desha, and once again reiterating for telling us about the importance of not being led by AI, but leading AI. We've now come to the end of the Student Speak session. I hope the session was insightful and informative to each of you present here. Thank you. If any of you have any questions, kindly raise your hands. Any question to Ms. Gayatri or Desha? Please feel free. Dr. Laird has a question. I've got a question.
Oh. I've got a question for the second speaker. Well, either one of you is okay. Sam Altman, who is the co-creator of OpenAI and ChatGPT, commented about 4 months ago that January, so this month, AI would have general artificial intelligence. So it's a new evolution of intelligence where it can think for itself. So your comments about what makes us human draw into question whether that concept of humanity, if AI can think for itself in the future, could it develop the capacity to have empathy, even sentient understanding, an understanding of a time, a place, and a context? And what does that mean for your conclusions about controlling AI?
Yeah, basically we are smart enough to create AI, dumb enough to use it, and we are better to think whether we made a right thing or not. So yeah, technology is evolving day by day. Every day we are like new technologies entering into the market. So it's about how we use it. We should stand in front of AI. We should not stand in behind of AI. That's the thing. That's what I think about this point.
Do we have any other questions?
Yeah, one of the things I do, I'm a licensed pilot, I fly planes. And when you talk about we should not be behind AI, but in front of AI, in aviation, that's a little bit tricky. Chennai gets very foggy. And sometimes when you're coming to land at the airport, you cannot see the runway. That's why we use instrument landing. And quite often I find, and this has been around for a while, where you're either approaching London or you're approaching Chennai, and the pilot can land. So you just take off. If you're not licensed ILS, you cannot land the plane. But using AI, you don't have to do anything. It locks on the runway and it lands the plane. And all 300 people in that plane think the pilot landed the plane, but it's AI. And it's been doing this for the last 10, 15 years. So we are reaching a point, and I agree with Dr. Laird, where things are changing very fast. And we need to be prepared, because I agree with both of you, it's a tool to our advantage. And I've had where passengers are stuck doing rounds around Heathrow Airport because the pilot is not licensed with ILS. But instrument landing, which is AI, is the next thing. So, but thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Do you mind if I add on to your question, sir? Okay, so sir had initially asked if AI, what if AI begins to have empathy, right? But then we ourselves as humans, so many of us don't have that very own emotion of empathy. We have to be able to cultivate it. We are supposed to be able to learn it throughout our lives, right? So at the end of the day, yes. At the end of the day, what I personally believe is that at the end of the day, it's still a machine. It's still something that we give data to. We might be able to feed it data, but we might not be able to give it emotions. It might not be able to cultivate emotions by itself. We are humans because of the emotions that we have, because of the situations and environment that we are put into, and the way we react to each of that environment. Because each of us here have different backgrounds, culturally, religiously, and all of that. That is what makes us human. I think that's what my answer would be to that. Would you like to add on, sir?
Good student. I didn't want to interrupt you. So while you were speaking, that was fantastic, by the way. Yes, I really appreciated you had me, going. So I told Dr. Phil, because both of us are parents. I've got two sons. One is 35 and one is 30, and he's got 6 kids, enough for 6 Indian families he's got. So 1 child per family, he's got 6. Right. Kind of our child. It's our child. Is our children to be moral, have integrity, right values. We train them, and that's exactly what you're saying. So AI is our child, and we got a good job at raising AI to be a good citizen. North America, because they have parents. The parents are to blame. So one of the things. One of the things I'm passionate about is training dogs. So I have a funky looking dog with a hairstyle like Tina Turner. It's a standard poodle. And they're very smart dogs. They're like the second smartest dog in the breeds. But they need to be led. Because if you don't lead them, poodles will lead you. Border collies are smart dogs like German shepherds and stuff like that. So if it's your kid, you're going to train it. And most of in Canada, sometimes dogs bite other people and they're killed. In some places, they're pit bulls or mastiffs, they kill someone and things like that. And the most common injury is from golden retrievers, which people think is a friendly dog. So the thing is, it's not the dog's fault. Dogs have naturally prey drive, and if something threatens them, they'll bite. It's the owner's problem, and maybe we should put down the owner and keep the dog. So the issue is like you said, we have to lead AI. So that was really good. I think that's my big takeaway from what you said. It's great. Thank you very much.
Gayatri, I'd just like to address some interesting points that you made with regard to emotional intelligence. Both of you made that point in terms of discriminating AI and the human mind. So apart from the emotional intelligence, empathy, the ethical intelligence is what you talked about. And I'm just curious to know from the future, in the future directions, how is it that the ethical intelligence, there's going to be a continuous a debate, isn't it? Is the AI going to control that for the humans, or the human brain or the human mind is going to control the AI with regard to ethical practices and ethical intelligence? So can you comment on that?
Ma'am, so from your question, I essentially understand that you're trying to ask me about how AI in the future with respect to discrimination between different communities.
The human mind, or the human mind will have control on the AI. And somewhere there'll be the boundaries will be blurred, isn't it? So we are in the danger of losing, we are governed by our religious texts, all of us, about ethics and moral fences that we draw around them. What happens to these when each one is controlling the other? What are the dangers inherent in terms of losing out our ethical values in whatever we do?
Okay, so I'll try to answer it from the best of my knowledge. What I think is that, just like Desha said, humans are smart enough to have created an AI. So I think essentially we can come up with certain practices on how we can continue our contemporary culture as such, and still also respect, whoever is using these systems. So yes, essentially that would be my answer. That's definitely possible to like have restrictions on how it is being used, and yeah, just safeguard.
No problem. I was just stirring up an idea. That is all.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, ma'am, for that question. Is there any other student who would like to go ahead with a question? If there are no further questions, then I think we can break for lunch.
We will break for lunch now and come back at 1. 1 for the post-lunch valedictory session. Yeah. the final segment of the 10th Annual Leadership Conference on Data Analytics, AI Research, and Transcendent Thinking for Transformative Leadership. Today marks a significant conclusion to our 3-day journey of intellectual collaboration, bringing together visionary minds from. We're incredibly honored to have all of you here with us in person and joining virtually. Let us dive into the finale and celebrate this remarkable partnership. Let us begin with an enlightening roundtable discussion on a topic that lies at the heart of our conference theme, AI, data analytics, and the evolution of thinking, transformational leadership in the age of intelligence. The session will be moderated by Dr. Philip Laird, Vice President of Innovation, Global and Academic Partnerships, TWU Global, whose expertise and thought leadership has been instrumental in fostering collaboration and innovation. Joining him on this distinguished panel are our partners from Trinity Western University and 3 of our brilliant student leaders from Stella Maris College. We have Dr. Imbanzi George, Dr. Doug Atta, Dr. Jeffrey Feng, Professor Jonathan Michael. Representing Stella Maris College, we have our exceptional student leaders, Ms. M.K. Gayatri, Ms. Desha, and Ms. Faiza. Without further ado, I invite Dr. Laird to commence this engaging session. Dr. Laird, please take the lead.
Okay, well, thank you. It's good to see you all. And we're going to start the roundtable. My colleagues have to travel soon, so we're going to keep this pretty tight, this roundtable discussion. I'm going to start you off with a little bit of thought. We had a good presentation this morning about philosophical thoughts regarding AI, but I'm going to start with a little bit of maybe a different way of thinking for you. I'll ask you a question. What is language? Okay. So language is fundamentally what we call symbolic representation. Language simply represents, or it's a construction of our actual thought. Now, most of you don't have memories from before the time you were about 2 years old. Do you know why? Did you have experiences before you were 2? Did you exist before you were 2? Yes. Why can't you remember anything before you were 2? No? Because at the age of 2, we acquired language. And language created what's called linguistic encoding. Our encoding system for searching for memories today is based on a linguistic repertoire. We still have memories. We have memories from when we were very young. We just can't access them. Similar to having a computer with new software on it, right? And files that sit on your computer that you can't find. Because the way you search for those files no longer gives you access to those files. It's the same thing. In education for years, our education systems have been dominated by our linguistic encoding system, from the way we structure memory to the way we produce output in order to verify our knowledge and information. But what if that changes in an age of AI? What if the world's no longer about language? What if the world becomes thought? The way we process, the way we analyze, the way we integrate, the way we synthesize. And maybe language becomes assumed. I don't have to worry about my language because I can get whatever language I need from ChatGPT or from Jenny or from the other tools or Perplexity. Maybe language no longer is given prominence in our systems of education and our civilizations and in our societies. The roundtable discussion today is an opportunity for you to ask questions of those who have presented. You've been in various parts of our conversation, and I've got a few questions, but I'm only going to ask my questions if you stop asking questions. Okay, so this is your opportunity to ask your questions about AI, ask your questions about transcendent thinking, ask your questions about transformational leadership, ask your questions about what we see as happening, what's happening in the world, and what might happen in the future. And go through a process of trying to answer those questions. No one here assumes that the answers we give are going to be correct. They're going to be our estimates or guesses for all of us. And no one knows how true they're going to be in 6 months because the world is changing very fast. Okay, so now it's time to open the floor for your questions and give you a chance to ask those who have spoken questions that you have or ideas you want to convey. I'm going to grab, is there a microphone here? Microphone here. Put your hand up. I'll bring the microphone to you. You can ask a question. Someone must have a question. Dr. Imbenzi gets trumped by a student.
Okay,
What
so,
can you send?
okay.
Name
So,
and question.
so I'm Akshaya, I'm from the BBA department. I want to know each of your point of views on AI is boon or bane?
Boom or bane?
Boon or bane. So advantages and disadvantages in today's century.
Okay. Is it going to be a flash and burn, or is it going to be a boom that changes? Is that what you mean? Okay. There's a microphone there for you to use. Anyone?
Okay, I like to take the mic. So essentially, it's both a boon and a bane. So in my opinion, it becomes a boon when you use it the right way, efficiently, when you use your brain to come up with prompts that would probably make your job easier in terms of getting output from AI systems. It becomes a bane when you are totally reliant on it and when you do not have the thinking capacity or you do not have any idea on what you want out of something. So as simple as doing a research paper, we are seeing a lot of students who do not have an idea or consensus on what to do, and they just end up typing random topics and getting content out of it. So that is essentially when it becomes a bane, when your thinking capacity or biologically your mental system becomes regressive to an extent. So that would be my take on this.
Okay, so initially, I had thought that AI was something that we shouldn't be using or something. I had like a very negative perspective on AI, right? But then obviously now I've come to an understanding that in this generation and age, we can't quite literally let go of AI because we're supposed to grow with it. We're supposed to, develop along with it. As, Desha and Gayatri had spoken in the presentations, lead with it and be together with it. And I'm going to add on to her point saying that it can be a boon or a bane, but it's something that we can't let go of. Definitely not something that we can completely take out of our lives and throw it out or something as such. We will have to adapt to it. We will have to learn how we are going to use it properly and like in ethical ways. And we're supposed to make sure that it's a boon and not a bane. That's what we are supposed to do. So I think that's my take on it.
Okay, one more comment, then we'll move to the next question. If you have a question, put your hand up now and I'll walk over to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna just answer my own question because she's asked what I was gonna ask before. For me, it's a boom. And the reason why I say that, we are at a point where we're not talking about AI into the future. We are already living in it. And so the changes that are happening very fast. For example, I'm at that age where I need maintenance. It's almost like a car where you need to go for service every couple of years as an adult. There was a research coming out of University of British Columbia where they were doing new testing on cancer. And doctors have been working on this for a long time, but the one getting it right, the better treatment. So they turn to AI and they go, what's the best cocktail we can use to solve this problem? And in about 10 minutes, they had a solution. We are living at a time where everything is so fast. It's almost like when Kodak was around and somebody say, digital is coming, and nobody was paying attention. And so it's a big change.
Okay, that's great. We have another question over here.
Good afternoon. My name is Angeline. I'm from the PR department. And my question is, since the growth of AI together with humanity is unstoppable, so then how do we retain our humanity in the age of AI? Was I too fast?
Maybe I'd like to hear either, one of the other speakers' concept, maybe even Jonathan on this one.
I'm going to connect with what was asked about a boon and a bane. I'm going to ask a question to the audience and answer with a question. I'm a coach, so I usually use questions to make answers. Are human beings boon or a bane? That's a fundamental question. And who made artificial intelligence? So you have to ask the question, is there such a thing as good and evil? This is a philosophical question. Because that same artificial intelligence that lands the plane can be hacked by artificial intelligence and crash the plane. But who is controlling it? Yeah. So we might need to go back to an ancient time where our sages and our prophets and our teachers taught us how to be good, whether it's Confucianism or Buddhism or compassion or Jesus teaching servant leadership or, those kind of things, or in our country from from our point of view, the respect for life and those kind of things. So we might think we need to hack ourselves before we hack artificial intelligence. And so the bigger problem really is the human problem, but no one's talking about it. Because we're asking, is artificial intelligence a boon or a bane? Now, India said, well, we have too many people, so let's cut down the population. China has tried to do that, and now they think, wonder if we're really messing with, with life. The same thing. So the answers are very complex. But Alexander Solzhenitsyn, the Russian who was imprisoned for a long time in Siberia, said this. He said, the line of evil goes right through the human heart. And he says, in prison, I found out that we're all evil, and we can all be good, but we have a choice. And so, in that sense, human beings are capable of being in the seat of power. But what kind of human being do you want to run the country? What kind of human being do you want to run artificial intelligence? And the bigger question is, what kind of human being do you want to be?
Thanks, Jonathan. We're going to ask a question I've got written down. So if you have questions, please put your hands up. And your teachers have all said you'll get A's in your classes if you ask a question. So we'll write your names down. I'm going to ask one quick question, but hold on to yours and I'll walk over there and give you the mic. This is a question for Mr. Fung, Jeffrey. So one of the questions I've got about the future of education. So we travel around the world. We've done this for about 25 years, talking to people in various contexts around the world. And the question is this, how will emerging technologies like AI, for example, and digital transformation shape the future of higher education? And how might that change the role of educators in the future?
It's a great question. I remember it's probably a longer answer, but when I started working at the university, I remembered this is 2003. At the end of 2003, I walked into our department. We have this a heavy-duty locker on wheels, on 4 wheels. Inside the locker, there were 20 Lenovo laptops. This is the year 2003. Dr. Laird explained to me that's what we call the mobile lab. The idea was at that time was because most computers were just stationed computer. So students learning where they learn, the location are very limited. So a university invested 20 mobile labs, so 20 mobile laptops at that time, so that students can learn anywhere. Right. So I think that has been a transformative technology that have helped our organization to grow. My training was in computer science, and my first job was actually in online learning systems development. My paper, my graduation paper, my master's paper was actually based on how online learning system can help. Online learning can actually help students learn. So I totally see a change in technology and how technology transformed education. I am personally the benefactor for technology. And I do see now, I see I talk to I have 2 kids, and my daughter and my son said, okay, I get news, I get information from TikTok and from from Instagram. I said, well, that's not the best way to learn about knowledge. But they did say, well, I did learn something that you didn't know. So I was speechless. So that's one of the examples. But I do think with AI, with technology development, advancement, there are a few things we're seeing that are changing. First, the roles of professors. Professors are now facilitators. That's a fundamental change, a fundamental shift. We don't have the most accurate knowledge because we probably slower than you are. We invited a very well-known professor from Stanford University last summer, and he developed something called the SMILE, S-M-I-L-E, SMILE. A SMILE is actually technology, is actually a facilitated, I can't remember exactly the name, but it's more about giving students the power to create interesting questions so that they want to learn, they can learn better. it's a mobile based, and then the teacher are facilitators where they have a terminal. They can choose, the professors can choose which questions are best for learning, and students themselves, among themselves, can create those. So these are the shifts, right? We, as our professors, become facilitators of knowledge. And we also, professors are now also need to, concentrate on creating content. And so what contents can help students learn, and what kind of a customized content technology we use to help students learn. Those are the challenges, I would say, and then opportunities for professors. So I think a lot of universities are now facing the issue where professors are a little bit behind. Some professors are a little behind on technology and not utilizing technologies. So that's something I think is quickly changing. So the last thing I would say is because of the technology, I've seen some classes, some universities in the US start using augmented reality, right? They use augmented reality, they use VR technologies to actually help students learn in a lot of, in some chemistry labs, right? So you can, instead of manipulating dangerous chemicals or bacteria, they actually use augmented reality or VR to actually learn those classes. So those are the things that I think technology is transforming education, and it's cost saving, it's safe, and students will learn better because you can fail. You won't get poisoned, you won't explode anything, right? But you can learn it in a safe environment. So that's, yeah.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. Okay. And it's interesting you talk about VR. I was 3 weeks ago, I was in Osaka, Japan, Universal Studios. By the way, if you're ever in Osaka, Japan, you should go to Universal Studios there. It's very cool. But they have new rides, a couple of new rides that use virtual reality and a roller coaster. So you can imagine being on a roller coaster with a VR headset on, with anime characters jumping on your roller coaster while you're going down the roller coaster and waging war on the roller coaster while you're going down the roller coaster and going through the loops. That's the new technology at Universal Studios in Osaka. So this is a similar thing. They've integrated VR. So now you have what would have been a roller coaster in this totally immersive experience. And it's the first time I've seen that integrated into rides. So you're starting to see that being more integrated into the human experience. So we have a question here. So your name and then your question, please.
Hello, everyone. This is Pratibha from BCom A&F department. So my question is that how is human intelligence fundamentally different from artificial intelligence?
So I take this question as how humans are different from artificial intelligence. So yeah, me and Faisal was already discussing about it during the lunchtime. So as a machine, obviously machine will make mistake, but once after saying it's a mistake, it won't repeat. But in humans, if you say mistake, humans will repeat mistake. Machines will be perfectly perfect, but humans not always perfect. So if something is very perfect, even when our teachers are evaluating our assignments, if it's completely perfect, they obviously know it's AI written. So yes. So coming to the point, yeah. So machines, they won't make mistakes after saying it's a mistake. But as a human without consciousness, we obviously will make mistakes. So that's a base, like a differentiate between a machine and then human intelligence. That's from my perspective.
So I think human system is not fed by anyone. No one really builds us to be the way that we are. It is from the instances that we are in, from our environment, from what we learn as such. But largely for AI, it is definitely what we feed it and the codes that we write and make it to be essentially.
Great, thank you. We've got a question from our online audience. I'm going to ask Sushil Rajaratnam to just stand and ask the question. So
yeah, I'm just going to read it out for you guys and feel free to answer anyone. It's open to anyone. So the question is from Peter. How can AI be employed in scientific research in biology without undermining the process of biological research and turn the researcher to be less effective? It's an open question. If in faculty want to jump in, feel free to. Sure. How can AI be employed in scientific research in biology without undermining the process of biological research and turn the researcher to be less effective?
It's not completely like what I'm going to say, it's not completely related to biology, but simulators. Basically, I had done a research on conveyor belt. Conveyor belt is something like we'll build, but before actually building the conveyor belt, we'll put a simulator and choosing what's the height, what's the width of the conveyor belt, whether it will fit onto the room. So we'll use a simulator to check whether it will work or not. After like before putting into a real conveyor belt, we'll use a simulator to check how will it look. So what's its efficiency after building? Before actually building a thing, we'll simulate it. How it's going to work. So when we are relating it to biology, so if you want to know what will be the reaction when we are doing this thing, we can simulate it using artificial intelligence. So, okay, if a metal is heating, we should provide, like if a metal should heat, we should provide fire. But using algorithm, we can make a model using mathematical equation, same as a metal, and we can use a simulator as fire, not a actual fire, but with some thermodynamics, we can make a simulating fire, and we can very well get the reactions. Without implementing the actual model, we can make a simulated model of it. And this is not completely related to biology, but yeah, something related to it.
Thank you.
Probably do it in a much better, much more efficient.
The mic is coming your way, Dr. Dolly.
See, I'm not from a science background, but from where I see it, I think there would definitely be an undermining of the actual research being done, because I think the AI would come up with much more effective results, would probably come up with better results. So you have the actual work done by researchers would be impacted. But I think AI is very much being used in medical sciences, and it's been proved to be very effective. So it has its advantages, but I think the flip side of it, undermining actual research that has gone on for decades. Now I think AI would kind of resolve it very soon. So definitely that there's going to be a big impact.
Yeah, and I'll add to that a real quick one.
Yeah.
For all of you. If you're doing research and analysis, there's different types of error that make their way into research. So our error system is based on probability. So you have systematic error, you have random error, you have bias. So you have these three things. And the task of any kind of research project, whether it's in the social sciences or it's in biology or chemistry, is to understand how much of your research is influenced by bias, systematic factors, or random factors. The challenge with AI is, does that premise that sits underneath all research, does that still exist if you take the human aspect out of the research itself? And I think that becomes a fundamental issue. What constitutes random error now? Where is systematic error, and what constitutes bias in our inherent systems? And so is there any need for a researcher anymore if those things are all gone? What are probability estimates, et cetera? So those become challenges.
May I just add to, Phil, can I just?
Please.
Very briefly, I don't know if Peter's really getting the right answers as he specifically talked about biosciences. But as an avid researcher, would definitely challenge the AI base as a tool, as a mode, as an approach, because there are different other ways that a researcher would like to creatively explore further to get to the right results. So it would be not a reliance upon AI, but it would be a human mind that would explore more and come to the its findings. That is what I feel the researcher would do. Thank you.
You know, one thing interesting in the history of scientific revolutions is a lot of great inventions came out of mistakes that humans made. If computers don't make mistakes, you're not going to find out that penicillin works like this, or that 3M post-it notes, someone made a mistake and AI would throw it out because it didn't work. But a human says, hey, let's make some money and make post-it notes. Everyone's using post-it notes now because it was a failure maybe. So there's a beauty and a creativity. And those of us who are musicians, like Phil's a musician, the two musicians can play the same piece of music. And it's different. But if you put it in a computer, it'll play the same thing like Bach played it. But it's boring. That's what I think.
Peter, if you're listening to this, I want you to imagine it's the year 586. You've gone back about 2,000 years, and you're sitting with peers your own age. But you are from the 21st century, but they're from back then. We should not be afraid of what technology can do.
That's a good question. Good point. Good point. I'm going to ask a question right now of Dr. Atha. So the mic's right beside you, so it's convenient. It's a student development question. So we had a session yesterday on student development. This has been part of, the future, equipping the future. So here's the question. How can educational institutions foster a growth mindset and emotional intelligence in students to better prepare them for the challenges of the 21st century workplace?
And oddly enough, it reminds me of the AA mantra. God give me the wisdom to know the difference. And I think that's really a key on AA means Alcoholics Anonymous. So, but it's about finding out what the difference is, and again, educating towards differences, so that we understand that there are a lot of things. Like again, I know Dr. Laird mentioned yesterday, and some others have mentioned in our conference that there were some concerns about, the only reason for AI is to cheat and all that type of stuff in academics and trying to stop it. But really, the way forward in development is for to take the caps off and not focus on what you're using, but what's the difference between this and you? How do you create this question? If schools keep everything in the cheat range, then what's going to happen is people are going to use it in secret, and what they're going to do is they're just going to take the answers and plunk them in. And that just defeats the human purpose of who we are. And so what happens is we need to be continuing to develop every new technology that is coming. And we need to develop every new opportunity to know that difference. That's where emotional intelligence really comes in, because we need to be able to perceive what's going on. We need to say, how is this going to affect me? How is this affecting other people? And be able to read the room, so to speak, so that people are saying, hey, this is an important thing, but I need to be able to handle it as well. And in the future, as we talk about teachers being facilitators, facilitating emotional intelligence so that they do know the difference and they can walk forward in whatever technology comes forward. Because I personally don't believe AI is the apex. I think there's something else coming. And I think there's going to be more coming that we need to be, again, having every one of us who is human be able to say yes or no. If we can't say yes or no, then what will happen is we'll be taken up in whatever's happening in the culture around that technology. And so I think really important that as you grow as schools grow, that they need to widen the halls so that there is more allowed through, and then hone in on the things that will make a difference and help students, help other colleagues see where the benefit will be for them in the long term.
Great, thank you, Doug. So we're getting near the end. Great questions, great discussion. We've got one question here. We've got one question we're going to ask Gaurav online, and then one you're going to be able to get the last question. So you definitely get an A. Okay. So stand, first question here, and then we'll finish the last 3 questions, and that'll wrap up our session. Yeah, if you don't get your question answered, forward your questions to Mr. Sushil. He'll ask the questions and we'll try to follow up with an answer later. So go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Josie from the Department of Commerce. So in the recent talks, there is talks going on that the AI is ready and is already taking over the human brains, the humankind. How long do you think is that true? And if not AI, what will? Is there any answer to that?
Your perspective that I gained today was that, essentially we are trying to make AI more emotional or empathetic in a certain sense. So from my understanding and from the conversation that I had after my presentation with certain people was that AI can overtake us because it is trying to become us in itself, right? So there is a high possibility of it triumphing us as such. So that would be my take on it, and it can definitely have the potential to, that was essentially a question, right? It can definitely take over us, is what I believe. But of course, we have regulations and things like that in place. So shouldn't be a problem, hopefully. Yeah.
I think I'd like to add on to Gayatri's thing. Initially, that's what we discussed, right? That's what the presenters were speaking about. It's like AI does have the capability or possibility of it happening. But as Gayatri did speak in her presentation, that when we have like legal frameworks or like something like a set of rules or guidelines that AI can follow, like how we ourselves have like, every country has their own set of like rules and regulations and legal reforms. So if for AI as well, we have like a standard guideline, then I think that in itself, will make sure that AI does not get the opportunity to do that. And apart from that, as Desha again had mentioned, that lead the AI, don't be led by AI. I think that's something that, and I and Desha were discussing this yesterday, and Desha was saying that don't be a byproduct of AI, right? Be it your research, be it anything that you're doing. Just don't let it lead you. Don't let yourself be a byproduct of something that it is giving you. You yourself will have to give it the prompts that you want from it. You get what I mean? Don't take from it, but give it. So I think that's my take on it.
I would like to add on. So we are the one who's teaching the machine. The machine is learning from us. So whatever you're giving, like through the prompts, machine will learn. Okay. So whenever you're like, if you want to send message to your friend and you're trying to add some emotional value to it, and you're putting it to some AI and you're asking it to make it a bit more emotional. So obviously it will learn from you. So one day machines will maybe one day machines will become humans and human will become a machine if you continue doing it. Okay. So yeah, don't be the byproduct, be your own product.
Okay, now I'm on. I was going to make a comment. In biological systems, there is something worse than being a byproduct, and that's being waste. So we'll see what happens in the future. Question for Gaurav online. So he's been joining us online, been patient as we've waited for him to speak and join the discussion. So we're going to try and put him on the full screen right now. But here's the question, and it's a question related to your presentation. It's related to the concept of transformational leadership. What are the key characteristics of transformational leadership, and how can they be developed and nurtured in young leaders today?
Hello, everyone. So, the major characteristics of transformational servant leadership are inspirational motivation, idealized influence, intellectual stimulation, and individualized consideration. A transformational servant leader is basically, he's proactive rather than reactive.
One more question after
In
this, that's it.
In this span of time, I think to be proactive is the most important thing.
Valedictory or in the middle?
Adaptability is one of the major concerns as well, and ability to make difficult decisions. The whole aspect of transformational servant leadership is to be collaborative. And in today's world, collaboration with the stakeholders, with the government organization, private organizations is so majorly important as we talk about data analytics in respect to healthcare. And I think building trust in today's world is so important. So these are the major backbones of transformational servant leadership, and I'm so fortunate to be a part of Trinity Western University and giving me this opportunity to present this paper here. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. The last question to wrap up. I hope you enjoyed this panel session. Interesting, right? And so remember, we do this every year. So love to ask some questions for next time as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm Brinda from the Department of Sociology, and my question is that we all know that AI is introduced by humans, and we all know that humans are more different. They have empathy, emotional intelligence, and why does there have to be a threat that AI might take over human beings? Got my question?
So to anyone.
I think we watched too many movies
Right.
in Hollywood. We get it from the culture too. There are a lot of movies about how the machines take over and human beings are fighting against the machines and the machines are smarter. So we've listened to all that in the background, and that's part of our cultural subconscious. So machines are seen as a threat. But the truth is, are cars a threat? Can you drive over someone with a car? Of course, it's a piece of technology. It's a tool. Can a car used as a weapon? Yes, we've seen that in the news. So AI is just like that. So I think, it's very interesting. You talked about the fear button. Hollywood loves to push the fear button. And for us to have that higher enlightenment, it's just like, we're not going to let Hollywood decide what our morals, our values, our fears are going to be. Because they don't know a lot about life sometimes when you look at their lives.
Do we really want to end giving the last comment to Jonathan Michael? I don't know. Too dangerous. Anyone?
I'll just say, I'll give a simple illustration here. We are all evolving. We are all learning. I took a flight with a 15-year-old. In Canada, it's interesting. 15-year-olds can't get driver's licenses, but they can get pilot's licenses. So I usually see parents bring their kids to the airport, and then the kids and the parents get in, the kids fly the plane. So this young man was completing his hours, and we went out, and I was using a C1000, which is a cockpit 1000 screen. And we went to 5000, and I shut off the engines because we were doing a spiral, and then I unplugged our sensors. And he got so disillusioned that he didn't know what to do. I was trained on a manual plane. Learning how to fly, I had to control the technology because that's how I was trained. He was trained completely on technology. And when technology stops, he didn't know what to do. So at the end of the day, we are still in control, and we can always rise up and go, okay, we're learning.
Thank you. So that wraps up our panel. I think we're done. I'm sorry. We have to move on. I greatly apologize, but we've wrapped up. Okay. So we're moving on from the panel session to the valedictory. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Laird and our panelists for such a thought-provoking and insightful discussion. The perspectives shared today have undoubtedly enriched our understanding of leadership in the art of intelligence. We now move to the valedictory session, a moment to reflect on the success of this conference and express gratitude for this enriching experience. May I once again invite Dr. Philip Laird to deliver the valedictory note.
I'll use this. It's okay. I'm okay. I don't need it. It's 2042. A sleek, self-driving car glides effortlessly through the bustling cityscape. Its AI system seamlessly navigating traffic and optimizing the route. In a hospital, a robotic surgeon performs a complex operation with precision and grace, guided by algorithms trained on millions of data points. In a separate center, thousands of miles away, a human supervises and signs off on the surgery, which is recorded for accuracy and oversight. At home, a personal AI assistant manages schedules, orders groceries based on specific dietary needs of each family member, and provides personalized recommendations for entertainment. In the classroom at the local university, students are supported with an AI tutor and coach to provide support for the learning as they engage AI systems that use prompt engineering to generate real-time content for the course material that is both current and captivating to learn. An important event in the downtown part of the city, executives hire a drone taxi, which travels at low altitudes above traditional roads to arrive at locations faster. Traffic is regulated in 3 dimensions due to AI GPS-guided driverless drones to deliver people to locations faster than cars. This is the reality of Industry 5.0, an era where the boundaries between human and machine intelligence blur, forging a new kind of collaboration. It's no longer a distant concept into science fiction. It's become an integral part of our lives, transforming the way we work, connect, and even think. What makes this extraordinary promise, a crucial question arises: how will we adapt? How will we navigate the landscape of ever-evolving technology and ensure that the essence we serve is at the heart of our progress? Over the past 2 days, we've discussed this issue at various levels within the context of transformational leadership. As we bring this remarkable 10th annual leadership conference to a close, I stand before you with a deep sense of gratitude and inspiration. It has been a privilege to join you here in Chennai, a city that stands as a beacon of historical richness, linguistic richness, and technological advancement. As the Chief Innovation Officer at Trinity Western University, I have been particularly interested in the topics of conversation related to new technology and AI at this conference, and the tremendous power we have in exchanging ideas about the transformation of technology that is changing our world as we speak. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Rajan, the Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services of Tamil Nadu State, India, for his enlightening inaugural address. His vision for the integration of technology and governance in public life echoes the very ethos of this conference. And to Dr. Sini Raj, who spoke earlier today from IIT Madras, who joined the conference to discuss the concept of human memory and the role of AI in understanding what it means to be human today and also human in the future. I want to extend my deep appreciation to my colleagues from Trinity Western University, Dr. Dr. Benji George, Jonathan Michael, and Mr. Jeffrey Fong for their insightful contributions. Their expertise has truly enriched our discussions and broadened our understanding of how transcendent thinking can marry data analytics and AI in the realm of leadership. It's also a personal pleasure to travel with each one of you and have conversations together in a hotel or in the taxi on the way to and from, and to call you my friends. Our collaboration with Stella Maris College is nothing short of extraordinary. I am deeply grateful and thankful to Dr. Sister Stella Mary Kay, Principal of Stella Maris College, and her colleagues, Dr. Dolly Thomas, Sister Judith Gonzalez, Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam, Dr. Maria Sasita Agnes, Ms. Blessy Boas, and Dr. Trinity S., for their passionate presentations and for bringing their diverse perspectives into the dialogue. Contributions of all of you, including our dynamic students and their presentations, have highlighted the innovative spirit and commitment to leadership that is being nurtured here at Stella Maris College. 10 years of consistent collaboration and this leadership conference, two Christian universities separated by close to 8,000 miles. And I did use Perplexity to figure out how far it is between here and Langley, BC, Canada. Two oceans, a pandemic, speaks of resilience, perseverance, and a commitment to transformation through collaboration. Like my colleagues at TWU, I am honored to visit here every year and to call each one of you my friends and co-laborers in mission to transform the lives of the next generation of leaders. In the past few days, we have been engaged in rich discussions and vibrant exchanges on how data analytics and AI can drive transformational leadership. We've delved into the nuances of utilizing these tools, not just for efficiency and profit, but also for ethical leadership and flourishing. The concept of transcendent thinking urges us to go beyond conventional paradigms. It challenges us to harness technology for the greater good, to serve communities, to uphold those who are marginalized. So we have a chance with technology to maybe make real change. Maybe we can do something about climate change. Maybe we can actually address poverty around the world. As AI restructures work, intent, and human capacity, it's critical that we really understand and define what it truly means to be human at a deep level, and not just technology. One of the words of René Descartes, I think that they're in. And Mahatma Gandhi's words, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Maybe these quotes that rarely describe what it means to experience sapience, sentience, and a soul, define what humanity or being human is all about. It challenges us to redefine leadership not as an assertion of power, but as a commitment for us to selflessly serve others, to call for us to use our knowledge, including the evolving tools of data and AI, to empower those we lead, showing that innovation uplifts every corner of our society. As we look ahead to the era of Industry 5.0, it becomes clear that our future will be defined by our ability to work in harmony with technology to make the world a better place. And this is where human intent plays a critical role. The information revolution will not be events enhancing efficiency, but maybe, just maybe, humanity has a realistic possibility to address climate change, food insecurity, poverty, and abuses against the person, which continue to plague our societies. These aspirations will only be possible if we combine empathy, emotional intelligence, and ethical care with computational power, speed, and complexity of AI. It's through these discussions we have had over the past 3 days that we actually stand a chance to transcend our limitations and aim to be, and I know it was a German word from Jonathan, or superhuman in the ability to affect global change. Together, as collaborators, not competitors with technology, we will have the potential to heal and transform a world that is broken in many ways. As Christian organizations, we, more than anyone else, should not be afraid of what changes may come as a result of technological advancements through data analytics and AI. Reflecting a Christian faith, we find guidance from Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and understanding. That understanding is generated by ChatGPT. Please submit to him, and he will make your path straight. These verses remind us of the profound need to embrace change with confidence, knowing that God is the orchestrator of our journey and the journey of humanity. God still owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, even if there are also a lot of computers interspersed on the hills of the future. As leaders facing unprecedented technological advances, we must trust that a path is laid ahead of us that we, with confidence and assurance, can step into. And that it is our responsibility still, even with technology, to steward this earth and to steward the next generation of leaders and trust this earth too. This confidence has reminded us of the symbiotic relationship between technology and humanity. As we bring farewell to this gathering, let us carry forth the spirit of our collaboration and innovation that we've started today and we have had in 10 years of consecutive conferences on leadership between Trinity Western University and Stella Maris College. I urge each one of you, academics, students, practitioners, government leaders, to continue exploring, to continue questioning, to use AI every day, Complexity, ChatGPT, and other things, to shape the narrative. Don't be left on the sidelines. One day waking up and figuring out that the world changed and you didn't know what was happening. This world is a transformation leaders who are equipped with the skills and the vision to navigate the complexities of the digital age. In closing, I am reminded of the words of Dr. Sarvapalli. Close. Product of education should be a free person who can battle against historical circumstances and adversaries in nature. And the second quote, teachers should be the best minds in the country. Who are the best paid people? These words, will our continued journey be one of freedom, creativity, courageous leadership, and contributions to better the lives of future generations. Thank you. Safe travels until again. God bless each one of you.
Thank you, Dr. Laird, for that meaningful note and encouraging words. While our cake is getting set up for the partnership celebration ceremony, we would now like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to two of our partners who have played an instrumental role in making this conference a success. Mr. Sushil Rajaratnam, Project Director, and Dr. Geoffrey Feng, Director of Admissions, TWU Global. I now invite Dr. Sister Stella Mary, Principal Stella Maris College, to please honor them with a shawl and memento as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. I also invite Dr. Margaret Thomas, Vice Principal, to please come and honor our guest. This year's conference holds a special significance as we celebrate 10 fruitful years of partnership between Trinity Western University and Stella Maris College. To celebrate this milestone, we have a partnership celebration ceremony by cutting a cake. I now invite Dr. Philip Laird and Dr. Sister Stella Marie to join us for celebrating this joyous moment. Let's all join in the celebration with a round of applause. Can everybody please be seated for a minute? Thank you. Students, can I please? Yes, please. Can we just have your attention for a minute?